All right. How is this? Nobody's here to even tell me how this is. So,
Let me go see.
yeah. All right. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Shut up, Maccabee. Tired of your shit. Working. Huzzah.
See, shut up.
Shut up, Maccabee. All right.
Adam just said you're tired of this shit.
I said I'm tired of Maccabee shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
He just said he's tired of this shit.
Me too.
Hey, Bubba.
Hi, guys. So that was awesome, right? Only wasted 30 minutes. Lord. Anyways, cheers. Hope everybody's doing all right. Thank you for suffering through that with me for a little bit. I apologize, of course, that that went on. I had to do a whole hard restart on the computer just to even, I guess, get this far. So thanks for sticking that out with me. I really appreciate it. Um, so I have not done anything really except for Jack with this. So we're brewing a Lichtenheiner uh 2023 edition. So this one's gonna be an interesting one. It's supposed to be kind of sour smoked beer. So I thought that that was interesting in the historical categories. So let's get going on that. Um, I haven't milled the grain. I haven't measured out anything like that. It's been about 2 months since I last brewed. So I feel like I need to knock the rust off a little bit. I ended up finding out early today that my grain mill had lost adjustment. So gonna just kind of slow, steady, like I said, knock the rust off and get rolling again. It'll be nice to kind of get brewing. So with all that said, I'll get some water going. We'll get coming up to heat, and I'll start milling grains and all that with you guys. In the meantime, tell me how you guys been doing, what you've been brewing, what you've been drinking. I'm still semi hungover from last night, so we'll talk about all that here in just a minute. But let me get the water going. All right, so got the water poured in. Check my measurement real quick. Yep, that was dead on. Time to get the water salts going. So we're shooting. Yeah, thank you. Go in, shut the door. So we're doing RO water for the water. We're doing gypsum, Epsom salt, calcium chloride, and some salt for our salt additions for this. Let me measure these out. Gypsum. So how's everybody been doing? Hope y'all been doing well. Nice, Mario. What are you brewing? Beer. Yeah, that's kind of my plan too. 2.5. 2.5. Michigan Brews, Brian. What's up, buddy? Just finishing up a hazy. Nice. I don't know if you caught it, but we're brewing a historical beer today. Lichtenheiner. I have not done any of my normal preparations of measuring out salt additions or anything, so I'm doing that right now while the water comes up to temp. 2. All right. Let's see here. Honey malt thing, 2-row base, victory malt as well. Yeah. Did you show me that recipe? Is that the one that you're? I can't keep up with you anymore. You've got a lot of brews going here lately. It seems like I mean, hell, I can bring in. Hey, let's see here. Time to get the grains milled. Still waiting for the temp to come up. Kind of got it a little bit lower than I normally would. Not super time constrained today, so again, trying to knock the rust off again. Well, to tell you the truth, it looks like I've been silly. I already milled these. Must have done that a few weeks ago when I thought I was going to be able to brew. Here I was thinking that I wasn't prepared. Guess I had tried to make some preparations before and just forgot about them. All right, well, since that's done, I might as well kick up the temp. Right, so using this mash pedal today, my original one from 2016 finally gave up the ghost last brew day about 2 months ago. Did a 1 gallon batch a few weeks ago, just scaled up the batch. Oh yeah, okay, I think I remember you telling me about that one. So Lichtenheiner, that's what we're brewing today. Anybody tried one before? Only ever had one homebrew example. I've never had a professional one, but sour and smoky. This one tasted a lot like bacon, so I figured I'd take my hand at it. Doing something a little bit different. So I guess it's kind of like a pseudo Lichtenheiner. I'm going to be using the Philly sour yeast. What's up, Kevin? Good to see you. Happy you made it. But yep, sour will smoke. So kind of sounded a little interesting to me. I know normally you use like some lacto and stuff like that. I guess you could kettle sour it if you needed to. Um, I didn't want to go down that road. I want to try that Philly sour yeast, and I thought that this might be a good one to use to attempt it with. So we'll see. It's supposed to be a pretty low ABV beer, low starting gravity, all that. So I'm not really too worried about it. I think it'll probably work. Never used the Philly sour yeast. either. So kind of new techniques, a little bit different yeast there as far as the ferment goes. So it'll be interesting to see if it gets down low enough to give it a good little shock. I've read read up on some of the hints there, about it, and so hopefully I can kind of incorporate those and get this thing kind of going. Um, I'm excited to see how it turns out. So we'll just see. Um, I don't I don't know really anything about them over the top. I did do a little bit of research about them. Sorry, needed to check the temperature. Um, I did do a little research about them. If you go back and look at the podcast that I did about historical brews, so they kind of fell off a little bit. Um, so I don't think there's a whole lot known about them other than some of the like way back historical kind of stuff. I thought it'd be an interesting style to try, anyways. And I like some smoked beers. I like some Berliner Weiss and stuff like that. So thought, hey, let's see what happens. So I I thought it was interesting, anyways. I almost didn't know what I was going to be brewing until almost last minute this morning. I decided that I was going to do this. I still had the pre-prohibition porter recipe there ready to go too. Guess I need to check those grains to see if I've pre-milled them too, like I did this one. I I totally did not realize that I had already milled these grains. So, oh well. What are you brewing, Kevin? What was your latest brew? What are you looking forward to brewing? Northwest, you still here? What you got going on, buddy? I don't know if Gnome's made it, but if he has, howdy Gnome. What's everybody been up to? Drinking or brewing? I had these stupid root beers the other last night that are like 6% ABV, and man, those things were terribly sweet. And I'm paying for it today. American lager last week, bottle today. Cool. Oh yeah, you got that rye beer fermenting. Is that the one we talked about? I don't know how much you want to give away there on your stuff. Brewing bad. Good to see you, my friend. Still trying to come up to temperature. Sorry, bottling something else today. The Vienna lager. Okay, cool. You mean brewing the baddest? Gnome. Rye on rye on rye on rye. Yep. I, we can try to make it happen. It's a lot of rye. Like a lot. I'd probably drink it. Not gonna lie. I don't know if I drink it today. Still feeling a little rough. Still a little rough. What you brewing? Brewing bad? I know Gnome just brewed. I talked to him earlier. He said he was trying to clean the brewery, get ready for another one. Anybody have any interesting beers lately? Anyone ever do an all rye mash for beer? Um, I could see all kinds of difficulties happening with that personally. Um, I have not. I think the most I've done is probably like 30% in the mash bill, and it was like super gummy then. I don't see why you couldn't. Um, what I have is 60% right. Yeah, yeah, I could see it being pretty thick. Yeah, I don't even think for my first version of the Rogan beer, I was really past 30% on there. Um, I imagine you could probably do it with, man, I just don't know what the conversion would be like either. Guess you'd want to hit it with some enzymes. Yeah, that's what I was fixing to say is you probably don't have a whole lot there to convert itself. Like you'd have a little bit, I'm sure too, you know. Well, you know, I like disappeared from your stream like 3 or 4 times the other night. So I guess it's time for you to return the favor, huh there, Gnome? All right. Looks like our strike temperature 57. All right. Time to get mashed in. All right, let's see here. Where's my phone? There it is. Just set a timer. All right. So, doing well versus the Bills. Colts game on. This is how we mesh in. Jaggers, I have Reese's Porter and a fermenter, also the traditional mead, and so as they're making. Dang, man, you're knocking it out, aren't you? So it might. The only problem would probably be you probably can't quite see it like that. There we go. It's probably a little bit better anyways. Um is the thermometer here. Um it sticks pretty far into the uh the kettle there, to get the temperature. I've tore quite a few bags kind of when I was trying to figure out brewing a bag off of this system. So there is that. Um Generally speaking, I mean, I don't I like the system and all the way that it is. Unfortunately, the problem like right now is this bag is a little too big for this particular kettle, but I also have a bigger kettle that I just haven't gotten broken in yet. So yeah, so the I don't know, the thermometer is probably good 9-10 inches from the bottom thereabouts. It'd probably be interesting, but yeah, I don't know. So, um, anyways, the mash was smelling really good going in. So for today's green bill, we got 25% German pills, 25% smoke malt, 25% Vienna malt, and then 25% wheat malt. So smelling pretty good, and that's pretty simple. Boil additions, Warflock tablet, 15-minute. We're doing Heller Tower Magnum at 15-minute bowl edition, and then a yeast nutrient at 10. So pretty simple brew day. Like I said, I'm gonna be using the Philly sour yeast for this one. Oh man. Again, feeling a little rough today. Yeah, as far as the that clawhammer basket, I thought about trying to come up with a see if I could find a basket to fit this one, but it sounds like kids yelling in the background. It's just yeah, it's just the three roosters. Oh, I thought about getting a basket for this setup, but I don't know. Like I said, pretty much enjoy it the way that it is. Though the claw hammer system has kind of called my name more than once. So, seemed that we got about 9 people in here. If you haven't commented, let us know what you're brewing, what you're drinking, what you're looking forward to brewing. Be good to talk to some of y'all. We've got 5 more minutes. Need to check the mash. Uh-oh. Gnome just thinks he came up with an idea. What you got, Gnome? While you do that, I'm going to stir the mash real quick just because I can't sit still very long. Excuse me. Oof. Excuse me, man. So we're doing this one this now. I've really got to get some more brewing done. I've kind of fallen off a little bit. Made a lot of plans. I need so my birthday's kind of uh early-ish December. Uh so I need to get some beers brewed for a party for that. And we got some competitions coming up at the beginning of next year, so I need to get brewing for those too. You know those like Gatorade meads and stuff like that. Those sound pretty interesting. We had a member in our brew club. He made some Mountain Dew seltzer water before, and what he did was he took like the blue Gatorade or the blue Mountain Dew, and like he boiled off the water, made like a concentrate there, and then added it to a seltzer that he did. And uh, man, that thing was dangerous because it tasted just like Mountain Dew, but not alcoholic at all. And yeah, that it he said that it could put a hurting on you. I'm sure he found out the hard way. Gatorade. Yeah, man, I knew somebody else was doing something similar uh like that around here. Um I I just was drinking a Gatorade to have something to drink that different than water to recover from this headache from last night. These stupid root beers that I was drinking. I'll tell you what, I'll go get them real quick and show them to y'all. Pretty interesting. So here's the pecan one. And let's see here. Oh, I thought it was 6%. It's 8. And then an espresso one that is also 8%. So I had those like right before going to bed last night, and I'm paying the price right now. I can tell you that still today. They were pretty good. Um, espresso one I think was probably the better one, honestly. Con one was okay. Tasted okay, anyways. But yeah, no, definitely putting a hurting on me. There's a brewery around here that does sour ale with electrolytes. Has a sassafras hangover. Dude, ugh. It seems to get worse as the day goes on. This morning it wasn't that bad. I got this killer headache right now, and I've been drinking water like nonstop today, trying to get this flushed out of my system. But at least it's not 9 million degrees outside right now. So there's that. So Gnome and I were talking about, well, I asked Gnome a couple months ago uh, about what kind of beer should I brew for my birthday. Normally I brew a stout, so we kicked around some ideas and stuff. So I have like what I call my birthday stout recipe. I've brewed that pretty much every year. I'm thinking I'm not going to brew it this year, and only concentrate on maybe having 2 beers on tap. That beer's pretty good, but I normally brew it for my birthday and also for Father's Day. I just change up the yeast to give it a different character. So I was talking to Gnome about what to brew. Told him normally it's a stout for the holidays, and he suggested that I brew a white stout. So after talking back and forth, we exchanged some ideas and stuff. So we decided that he and I were both going to brew our own beers and send them to each other and see how that turns out. So I need to buckle down on my recipe there. I think that that'll be fun. What is a white stout? So a white stout is something that delivers basically all the flavor profiles that you would get from a stout without using any of the darker malts. And you kind of cheat a little bit using like coffee beans and some vanilla beans and stuff like that. Um, you know, so it's going to be fun to see how he ends up executing his versus how I end up executing mine. I have a couple things I'm trying to sort out in my head, like would it be better to do it this way or that way kind of deal. So um it's not a BJCP style, I can tell you that. You could probably find somewhere to put it in, but it's not an official deal. Most of the time you have them, you're like, man, um, it kind of messes with your head. I've had a few of them. Generally, they're a little bit normally like higher ABV than you would see on the stouts for like the low end. Like 6-7%. Most of the like white stouts I've had are kind of like 8-9% ABV. Yeah, so Gnome's gonna do a version. I'm gonna do a version, and like I said, it'll be fun to see how the executions go there and see uh, the differences in processes and stuff like that. You just have so many options to add flavors. Uh, so I don't know if that'll be the next one that I brew or if I'll brew something else different. I need to get going on it though. I need to like brew every weekend for like the next, I don't know, 6 weeks or so. Got a mead and well, I've got 2 meads and 2 ciders I need to do something with. Get those going and then get going on another mead idea that I've got. Alrighty, time to mess with the mash real quick. see here. What else? Um, Starting to try to think of some of the brewing goals that I have going into next year. I don't know if anybody else does that. Um, Kind of found them to be a little fun sometimes to set down those goals and challenges, for yourself. Uh, see what you can do. I don't know if anybody else does it. If you do, let me know what you guys are thinking. Uh, the so last, I don't know, 2 3 years, I kind of started getting a little bit into the competition scene a little bit through my homebrew club. That's been fun. Been fun to kind of push myself, and then join in the master homebrew program, like looking at all the different styles and stuff, and like trying to start to brew things that are outside my norm or my comfort zone, uh, to get scores for those. And so I think I kept thinking earlier this year that the goal for next year was going to be like loggers, and I think that that might have been fun, but I don't. I think that that would also have been stressful after probably getting the second or third one done, like just focusing straight on loggers. So I need to clamp down and brew probably a couple loggers going into next year. Um, like to revisit a couple styles like my Marzen. That did okay. It had some faults for sure, especially now looking back on it. Um, I'd like to get the pre-prohibition lager a little bit better. It was a pretty fantastic beer. I just recently brewed that again. In fact, that was the last time I brewed about 2 months ago. Was that I kegged it and everything, and so it's on tap, and so I'll probably go grab one here in a little bit. But the pre-prohibition lager, um, that one's kind of heading in the right direction. What other lagers have I brewed? We did the Dunkelsbach. I'd like to brew that again. But so I got it in my head though that I really want to brew a Baltic porter, and I've got some of that Nova Lager yeast that I've been holding on to for just a little bit. It's not too old, so I've been thinking about doing that. But I kind of feel like I should probably go back and revisit some basic lager recipes or styles, and like get one or two of those kind of really good. Um, I don't know if anybody's got any good lager tips or tricks or anything like that. That, if you do, let me know. I did that quick lagering technique where you basically you're bumping up the temperature while it's fermenting every so many hours or whatever. And I did that like one time, and I feel like I've messed it up. Um, After that, I just decided to kind of just like let it lager on through normally, over like a month after fermentation or whatever, and then kegging it and then keeping it cool and all that. And they came out good that way. I think there were some falls and faults and stuff. Um, this last one that I did, that pre-prohibition lager, when I rebrewed it, the one that I currently have on tap, um, the it's got like it's not a funk. It's just kind of like a faulty fermentation. It kind of tastes like it's fermented like a lot warmer than it did ferment at. I was fermenting right around the 50s, mid 50s, and kind of just bumping it up every other day, like 2 degrees or something like that. I'd have to go back and look at my notes what I did, but it just tasted. It's kind of got this weird taste to it that I wouldn't expect out of it. It's not bad. It's just it's not what I would expect. So I'll probably keep that keg around for I don't know about another week or two, and then I might end up just dumping it and make room for this one. Nova longer is great. Don't adjust the temp. Just keep it room temp the whole time. Okay. You've what fermented that under pressure though, didn't you, Northwest? I have yet to ferment under pressure. I should probably just get off my lazy butt and do it. You missed out on on the white stout talk. Yeah, yeah. If you did it under pressure, leaving it at room temp, I mean, it's gonna ferment what, probably 10 degrees warmer than that or so. I don't know. I've never pressure fermented, but you're just taking it to where do you do you pressure ferment and temp control at the same time? Be fermented around 68 degrees. Okay. Well, the house normally stays about between 75, 72, more often 72. Um, yeah, so I don't know. I hate to rig up my temperature control deal for, you know, 5 degrees or whatever, but maybe it'd be worth it. Okay. Do temp control and pressure ferment. That seems awful handy to be able to base essentially move carbonated beer into your keg after it's done fermenting. So it is worth it. Yeah. Just handling all that ice all the time. Ugh. Lasai. But so I'm gonna try to get focus on I think two, maybe three loggers for this coming year. I think that that'll be fun. And then I really, really, really want to nail down one or two styles and get those scoring well consistently. But that consistent scoring brings its own deal. It's not that because pressure ferment beers that are supposed to be clean. Yeah, that makes sense. I've heard that being a crucial deal about, or a good benefit about pressure fermenting is you're able to suppress the esters and stuff. Um, Maybe that would have helped this pre-prohibition lager the last time. But so like looking back, like I said, get some of these beers scoring consecutively or consistently, uh, getting the constant feedback. Now, like I said, that brings in its own deal because you know judging and judges and competitions and circuits and all that uh, definitely add frustration to to things. You get back a score sheet that's doesn't have a whole lot of details, or you get two back and they contradict each other, so you're trying to figure out like what's useful information there. um like um this year I had a beer go in a saison, scored a 27, and then everywhere else has scored 38, 36. So there is that, you gotta be able to go through that kind of stuff. But like my Kentucky Common, so I kind of went back and looked at some stuff. Didn't really change it up too much, other than doing temperature controlled fermentation, and that didn't really seem to change my scores from over the last couple years. So I don't know. I guess I need to start looking at some recipe adjustments there. Trying to control those esters and things like that. Um, then Rogan beer's done pretty decently. Scored a medal at the beginning of this year, but I would like to get that a little bit more honed in. It's still kind of sticking around the mid 30s area, so I'd like to get that kind of bumped up to 40 or so. I've been finding that if it's a 36 to 38 beer, I normally like it for the most part here, for what I've been brewing, and it seems like I've gotten kind of out of the out of those lower 30s, starting to push that way. So about finding those few little tweaks that you got to do. So looks like it's time to stir the mash a little bit and make sure our temperature's still good. Right. So um another goal, I think, moving into next year. So I tried to do it every year on the circuit the last, I don't know, 2 3 years that I've attempted it. um is to enter every competition in the circuits. I've normally missed one or two. I get busy, not thinking or whatever. So we'll get to that, to why I'm using this mash pedal in just a moment. But the so the circuit deal, I want to get 2 beers in every circuit this year is my goal, or every competition in the circuit this year. I primarily focus about the circuit around me. I don't, not that I'm afraid of shipping outside the circuit or anything like that. It's just I've only got so much bandwidth. You know what I mean? So my mash paddle that I'm using today, I used to only use that for like super special occasions, or like when I was using my cooler mash tun or whatever. So the plastic one that I was using finally died. That was like the original one from my 2016 setup kits. Uh, it was already cracked and like brittle and like scuffed up pretty bad, and everything. It was in really bad shape. Went to go clean it this morning, just kind of making some preparations, and it finally broke. So it was time. Kind of sucked, but didn't need to hold on to it either now. So I need to get a different one. Not that this one's bad, it's just it feels a little bit like overkill. This one, like I said, it just feels like overkill. Like in the cooler mash tun, like where it's a lot thicker. Like this is pretty, it's pretty light mash today. I think we've got, let's see here, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we've probably got maybe about 8 pounds or so of grains. So it's a pretty light grain bill today. Um, but like that Dunkelsbach when we were putting it in the cooler and decocted mash and all that, and that thing's like maxed out or really close to it. Really needed that bigger one there. It just had a lot more to offer as far as like rigidity and stuff. Like you could really get the mash stirred up really well with that. Normally I'm not doing those big of mashes, so but like I said, that one just feels like overkill. So I probably need to find another one. I know they make those metal ones. Don't know how I feel about that. Probably go back to plastic just because it's what I've been using. Yeah, people have seen those too. Start my timer again. I did not because I suck. Um, so our starting gravity for post boil, we should be looking right at 1040. So yeah, pretty low ABV beer. I have one, but refuse to use it. Just on mash, hands on only. Yeah, yeah, I could can kind of agree with that. Like my my grain mill. I still got the hand crank on it. I just prefer that. I know a lot of people put a drill on the end or a motor. You know, I kind of like the manual parts of the labor in brewing. Yeah. Today I'm not feeling it, but any other time, yeah. Just something about it. But I'm not quite to the point where I need to break out the pen and paper and try to figure out my own IBUs and all that stuff. That would be a little ridiculous to me. But I know people that do it. So, Mr. Gnome, let everybody kind of know about the white stout. Word, a manly meal, all my grains too. Hell yeah, Maro. So, I used to let the homebrew store do all mine, and then fortunately they shut down. And then we got before they shut down, I bought a mill uh, back when we were going through all the shutdowns for COVID and all that. I bought my own mill, just in case I needed to have it here and I needed to order grains in just because everything was so uncertain there for a while. I wanted to be able to do stuff here. Uh, Luckily, they didn't shut down during all that, but they did shut down shortly, kind of after restrictions and all that were raised. Um, then our new homebrew shop came in, um, and I guess I just got so used to milling my own grains that I don't mind doing it. You know, Though it is nice to call in an order and have it pre-milled for you and just walk out the store. Uh, I don't know. I meant the mash mixer attachment. I think so. I think Maro's talking about what I said about not having a drill on the end of my mill. I think that's what he was talking about. Anyways, I feel certain about it. But you know what? I think it is time for a beer. I think yeah, it's 1:35 for God's sakes. I'm gonna go get a beer. I'll be right back. No, it is not Miller time. It is not. So here is the rebrew of the pre-prohibition lager that I did in this kind of dirty glass. Nothing will show that you thought you had a clean glass until you pour beer into it, right? A little haze, but other than that, cheers. Like I said, it's not bad. It just tastes like it kind of fermented a little warm. It's kind of got some fruit esters, not quite as clean and crisp as you would imagine. Um, Picking a little bit up on the corn there, but I mean, it's a decent beer. I'm kind of upset that the first time that I brewed it, it turned out so well, and this one it's kind of like different enough to notice, right? That it's not quite as good, so it can't. And I hate that that beer probably now because I didn't get to spend a whole lot of time with it, and the little bit that I did, it just felt so excellent that that now it's like built way up where maybe it shouldn't have been as far as that goes. But like I said, it's still pretty good. I don't know. I might keep it around for a little bit longer. I might dump the keg. Depends on how quickly I pick up brewing again, uh, or how much I brew over the next couple weeks. If I'm starting to get going again every weekend like I was, or doing two on a weekend or something like that, then I just need the keg space just because I know what's coming down the line will probably be better, you know. Um, but maybe I just need to pour a bunch of growlers and give it away too, you know. Other than that, it's pretty good. Pretty good. Fairly, I know it's not quite showing up that well, but between the haze on the glass, condensation on the glass, it still has a little haze, but I do. So I'm worried about sending this one out. I mean, it's not. It's a little bit less than like meets my standards, you know, kind of thing. But maybe I'll send a few of them out to some people. But it's not it's not oh, excuse me, it's not super terrible, but it's not the best that I could do either. I don't know what exactly happened to it. I don't know if I needed to throw more yeast on it, which very well could have been the deal. Um, I used the White Labs. I think it was American Lager yeast on it. I'd have to go back and look, but they had just switched over to the pouches, the new style pouches on that. So normally for this kind of lager, I would have put 2-3 packets on it, and they reassured me that one packet was enough to do what I needed to do. So maybe that's where it kind of went off on the fermentation profile. I definitely, like I said, feel like it's got some faults to it. That first beer that I brewed, um, I kept meaning to send it off as what I brewed, the pre-prohibition lager, and because I was sending in other historical beers that I had already had established, I would send off this pre-prohibition lager under American lager, and the thing was still scoring like mid 30s. If it had scored a 38, I'd have been ecstatic, but it was like, 34, 35, 36 under like American lager. So not really upset about that. It's just kind of funny how you can place some of those beers. So let's see here. What else have we got going on? So meads and ciders, starting to kind of dip my toes into that. Uh Using kind of more or less local honey for the meads. The ciders, again, I got two of those as well. One I had gotten like organic apple juice for. It still had like the pulp and stuff in it, and so I apparently made a hazy um, apple cider. I've tried to use some biofine and some other stuff to get it to drop out and clear out. Hadn't yet. It's been, I say it hadn't yet. I mean, hell, it's been a month since I looked at it, so maybe it has. But those will be going in, and then I'll be reviewing those here pretty soon. Um, so I'm coming up on the video that will release Thursday will be the last one that I have stacked up and saved and all that. So it's time for me to start filming again. So we're gonna have some footage coming out here that aren't like beer review or grain to glass stuff. So we'll be talking about some equipment, some setups, and stuff like that. So that's fun and exciting. Kind of looking forward to get to filming again. Um, for as long as it's been since I brewed, it's been probably about that long since I filmed for the channel. Uh, I do batch brewing or batch filming and editing, so that way I can kind of just get about you know 3 to 6 episodes or videos ready at a time. Go through, edit them all up, and upload them. But I was able to focus a little bit on the other channel. If you're not aware, for mentors is another channel that I'm on. So I was able to sit down and talk to another YouTube creator. His name is Ramon, and he's from Venture Brewing. So we got to talk about and experience and drink like Latin American, Latino beers. So that was pretty good. There's a lot of little history kind of going on there, and we got to, like I said, so I helped him on a brew day back in February earlier this year, and so we finally drank that beer recently. For that, it's like an old ale, so I'd never brewed one before, but it was the Brazilians had kind of put their own spin on it. So it was exciting to experience that. So that episode will be out next month. I think the 8th. It's the first Monday of the month when I release those. Um, I messed up, kind of gotten busy and sidetracked and all that. So there wasn't a podcast for Jaggers Brewing Co. this year or this month, um, unfortunately. But so I've got a few ideas there. I think that'll be fun to finally shoot that episode. So I'll be doing that here pretty soon as well, and getting it ready for the month of November. So other than that, just kind of been like super busy between work and life and all that. I just really hadn't been able to brew too much, and also it just been hella hot, lately, and it's finally now starting to cool off. Um, got a lot of mosquitoes going on though right now, which is not fun. So no, it's been a while since I done a stream. Kind of missed it, but got called out the other night, and I think it was Homebrew for Life or Gnomes, uh, about not streaming lately. So it's like it's time to get back into it, get after it. But other than that, it's been about it. So anybody got any questions that they been yearning to know about Jaggers Brewing Co. or the style of beers that I brew that I'm into? Let me know what you guys think. What you guys want to know. We often talk about like what our favorite type of beers are. Um, what we're drinking and all that. Pretty much every stream, but in case there's anybody new hanging out there. We got some creators in here too, Northwest and Gnome. Who else was in here? Brian Stevens, Brewing Bad was in here. So good to see the kind of community coming by. Good to see my old buddy Kevin again too. Been a while. Probably gonna have to light up the burner again. Man, I am just not at all setting these timers correctly. So howdy. Saw that looks like we might got some people coming in and out. You haven't said anything, let me know who you are. Be good to chat with you. You had to practice with the timers. Tell you what, man, I've been been out of practice a lot. Like I said, I found out this morning when I brought the mill out here, thinking that I was going to have to mill, which I did beforehand, but it was out of adjustment, so I had to do that this morning. Apparently, I need to keep an eye on that. And after I first got it, I ran a few things through it, checked it every time, and I was like, oh, it had never changed. So who knows how long it's been out, which is funny because I'd had some small efficiency problems, and I'm sure my mill kind of being open more on one side than it was on the other is probably the cause of that now, 10 minutes till flame out. Well, you know what? If I would have gotten started an hour earlier, I'd be an hour ahead. I'd be close to you too. Kind of jealous. Yeah. And it's got mine has so you adjust it and then you run the lock nuts down or bolts down, and then it's got nuts to lock those to keep the adjustment. And I know that those were tight because I just don't leave things like that loose. So time to get it squared back up. Set yours twice as you go. So on your setup, I know the claw hammer is a lot similar to like my brew in a bag setup or whatever. How fine do you crush? Do you just do one pass through as tight as it will go, or do you double mill? Because I double mill mine. Oh, double mill, not quite flour. Yeah, yeah. I know you're a big proponent of the rice hulls. I am too, especially when, excuse me, using rye. Um, I don't, I don't think I've ever really ever used it other than like if it was like a thicker or more fuller uh grain bill, close to like maxing out or something like that, and then I'll throw in some rice holes. Other than that, I don't think I really use them. But I know you've said in your videos too, though, like rice holes are cheap, and so throwing a handful or two in it isn't that big of a big of a deal. I feel the same way about some things. I just, not that it's a cost prohibitor or anything like that. I guess I've never really considered it too much. But yeah, I can see the advantages. How many more minutes we got? right. So we've established that knocking the rust off for me involves practice with the timers. So we need to tighten up on that, checking equipment a little bit more often. That way I don't have a broken mash pedal or incorrect gapped mill. Don't know what else. It's all we found so far. Anyways. Um so we talked about white stout probably coming up here pretty soon. I don't know what else I would want to brew though for my birthday slash the holiday time. Might just end up going ahead and brewing that white stout next, and then start concentrating on the competition brews, which I need to do anyways. Think we're going to mess around a little bit more with the lagers, like I said, um, and then probably the historical beers, and just play around in those two realms a little bit uh, to figure it out. Um, it's kind of the fun thing, trying to, as far as competing, anyways. Try not to get so into it that get super competitive. At least I don't, anyways. I mean, I'm not that big of a competitive person. Brown and brew an English bitter. Your English bitter has definitely got me looking at the English things. And I think you and I have talked about this a little bit too before, kind of just getting maybe short-sighted or laser focused on MHP entries and things like that. But I really, really want to go back and kind of clean up on some of the things that I'm already brewing. Um, Now, when I started to kind of do some of the competitions, I would like pick a style or whatever, right? And brew it, and then come back to the things that I had already been brewing, and things that I thought I knew or I understood. And then after brewing something else, that like made me check out and go look at things and research things and like become a better brewer, right? And then bringing some of that knowledge or whatever from that first second time that I brewed the new style, going back to something that's familiar. You're like, you've established a different process, or maybe you have a little bit better understanding of things, be it like IBUs and hop additions and like what they do, because your stout only had one addition to it or something like that, whereas you brew something else that had multiple additions, and so you see that trending, you know IBU stack, and like the benefits for the aroma hops versus just bittering hops or whatever. So I probably should, but I don't. Like I said, I kind of wanted to focus on the things that I have previously done and kind of clean up on some of that stuff. But also sometimes I just get distracted and like, oh, I'm just going to brew this, for fun or whatever, which is really what it's all about. Um, Definitely have gotten kind of too focused on the competitive side and content creating side, where sometimes it's just nice to not even have something filming and just brew just for it. um not that not that it's like a big chore or anything. It's just nice to be like, this is this is for me, kind of deal. Um but I also like sharing a lot of what I'm doing, kind of sharing the knowledge that I've learned and I've gained, and exchanging ideas too. So it's kind of like the like what do you do? How do you do it? How do you find that happy medium? But so far I'm still having a blast with the content creating and all that and the competing and stuff like that. But yeah, I need to kind of like rein it back in a little bit and look for those fun experiences and the fun beers for sure. You know. Other than that, I'm running out of things to say. Kind of like Gnome during his stream. Not that interesting of a person. So, um, I don't know how to tell the story here, and maybe you guys can give me some guidance. Um, some of y'all know. Well, you know what? Let me get a cigar for this and make a check mark on my timers. So, some of y'all know this, not all y'all, but about the time that the channel kicked off originally, uh, had just started my brew club, so this is several years ago now. That we have a deal called nuts and bolts, and so we pair kind of more established, more experienced brewers with more newer brewers, um, and try to link them up with people that can kind of share a language, so that way there's no barriers. So you don't have someone that's like super advanced that just doesn't know how to talk to someone trying to figure out how to brew. So the guy I got linked up with, his name was Jonathan, and he's still a pretty big member in the club. He and I, we exchanged a lot of ideas and stuff back and forth. I feel like we both picked up on things that the other one didn't know, which was kind of cool. Like by no means was a new brewer. It's just brewing to styles. I didn't really do that and uh, things like that. So he and I, we brewed these challenges. So there was two challenges that year, and the first challenge was Belgian beers. Never really had a Belgian beer up until then. And so I never really had Belgian beers. And he and I, we decided for the challenge that we were going to brew a Berliner Weiss and turn that in. So I was looking down all the subcategories. All of them looked interesting to me. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to try to brew as many of these as I can. So I brewed my own version of the blender Weiss. I brewed Belgian, Dual, Quad, Saison, stuff like that, and I started like going and getting these commercial examples, and I fell in love with some of them. Like Belgian doubles and quads. It depends on what kind of night it is, right? Singles and triples or tripels. The saisons. I love saisons. I found a style that I really just identified with, right? Farmhouse, that kind of stuff. So went and brewed all these, kind of started entering some of them in the competitions. So then the next challenge was uh like select German styles. And so we ended up brewing a Doppelbock together. Again, learning, exchanging ideas and stuff. So that the last part of the challenge was there was a like pro am availability for this, and the challenge was hazy IPA. Now, me having not been a very big fan of hazy IPAs, uh, IPAs in general, I didn't know where to start. I was just like, man, this kind of sucks. This is a beer that I don't like. You know, I knew previously going into it that if I was going to drink an IPA, it would probably be kind of like the juicy hazy IPA kind of territory, but I just didn't know anything about them. So I went to the store. Here we have HEB, and our local one's got like a really big beer selection. And I went to Total Wine, so I went and started picking up all these juicy and hazy IPAs for like the hop, uh, you know, characteristics and stuff to really kind of understand and all that. So like over the course of a few weeks, 2 weeks, something like that, I had one a night, and I started writing all these notes down, like this hop note. Um, because like IPAs, they really like to blast like what kind of hops are in there. So I went and started saying, oh, I liked this combination, I disliked this, things like that. So then I called him up and I was like, hey, look, this is what I did. He's like, oh man, that's awesome. He totally dislikes hazy IPAs, hates them with a passion. You know, the haze is a fault and all that. And I don't know. To me, like I understand it. Like I think it's a cool thing. But so we start trading, ideas on recipes and stuff like that. They had just come out with Omega's Cosmic Punch right then and there, like within a couple weeks of us exchanging these ideas. So I was like, oh man, we should use this yeast and I think this hop combination. So we kind of refined the hop combination, and then we started looking at the grist, the green bill and stuff like that. Figured that out and all that. So we brew this beer at his house, and I remember like we threw so many late edition hops and all this. It was super dank, super smelly, very aromatic and aromatic. And I was like, dude, like, where's this skunk at? Because this thing smells terrible. He's like, dude, that's the beer. That's all the hops we put in there. I was like, oh man. So we fermented it out, dry hopped it with a shit ton of hops. Like seriously, there were so many hops that went into this thing. It was ridiculous. Like we used pounds for a 5 gallon batch, right? So comes time to serve the beer at this public pour place or whatever. And so I show up, really early, like I do every freaking where before he gets there. No, it didn't burn. Like it wasn't bittering hops. This is all like dry hops and stuff like that. And super careful about things. So we get to this event. We start. Uh, he showed up. I was already drinking a stout. Start setting up. So we're probably about good 20 minutes or so before we should start pouring beer. So I think it's a wise idea to go get a Russian Imperial Stout from the brewery. So I do that. So then he buys me another stout after I drink that. So that, you know, now we start pouring beer. And uh so we worked the whole area. I don't want to give too much of the story away in case I turn this into a video. So we ended up though winning that competition. The beer got made commercially, had a commercial release and all that. So that was freaking awesome. It was an amazing experience to go to the brewery, get to help produce a commercial batch of beer that had our name on it. Um, we got to name it. So his last name is Reasoning. Mine's Jaggers, of course. So we named it Jagged Reasoning, and we got to help design the logo art for it and stuff. And I was like, man, it's got to be kind of punk, hazy IPA, um, all that. So it had a skull on it and stuff. It was pretty freaking awesome. I've showed it off on Instagram and things like that, Facebook, all that. So if you're not on either one of those platforms following me, I'm sorry. I plan on doing a video. So long story short, now, guess it's even longer, well, even longer story. I've filmed this content a couple times. He and I, we sat down right after we won, before the beer was brewed, and shot a video, uh, kind of talking about the win and all that. Well, his life got busy and all that, so we were never able to connect and sit down and do a taste test of the beer together. So I did one. I talked about the process, about the win, and all this other stuff. So unfortunately, the brewery shut down not long ago, and I ran into the owner. Uh, he had some of the beer still left, and so now this beer is just over a year old. Whatever at this point, and I had one not too long ago. It was still pretty good, and so I don't know how to tell the story. That's something that I've been battling with for like the last, I don't know, 2 years or something like that. Um, you know, I think there's still a lot of the story left there to tell. Maybe some dramatic reenactments of selling the beer that were pretty funny and stuff like that. And when I say selling the beer, I'm not talking about like cash or anything, but when we were trying to promote it to win the competition, trying to get people to try it and stuff. There's a couple of funny stories about that, but yeah, I don't know. So I've been like racking my brain on how to do this. Do I use some of the old footage? Do I like how do I tell this story? Like what is interesting, right? And that's I guess that's something that I've struggled with a little bit too in making the content creation stuff is how do I tell these stories? Like what do I need to do to make something compelling and all that relatable and all that. So um I don't know if anybody's got any words of wisdom there, or maybe I just told everything too much already. So Morrow, I've definitely helped him out. Well, I'm happy that I was able to contribute something to this community and other people's passions. That's means a lot to me, really. Kevin, brew only easy beers. I don't like the dry hoppings. It seems too complicated. I mean, main reason I won't brew IPAs. So the easiest thing that I found with dry hopping is that sous vide magnets with the hops in the bag. Of course, it's going to be a little bit harder with steel fermenters, right? I'm sure there's a way around that. Uh, I used to be really super hesitant about dry hopping and IPAs in general. So I just brewed that rye IPA. Not well, it was a while ago now. Really happy with it. I would brew it again. Need to brew it again. That was a fun brew. My only part of that I disliked was that unfortunately it I missed my starting gravity by a decent amount, and it over attenuated more than I anticipated. So it kind of turned out to be a little thin. It ended up being a little higher carb than I initially planned, and so I think maybe that kind of counteracted it a little bit, gave it a little bit of wiggle room, but not much. But that wasn't the first time I dry hopped. I've dry hopped a few other times, like that Italian Pilsner. I think it was the first time that I did it, and I think I need to experiment a little bit more with that. I think that's it's a fun experience. I think it's about getting the hop combinations right for what you're trying to do. I think that's the biggest hindrance now, anyways, for me, to be able to experiment more with that. So, anybody interested in seeing the jagged reasoning stuff? Cairo hops for the win. Yeah, I haven't really experienced with those at all. Kind of taking, baby steps. I'm one of those people, like, kind of, a little bit of a weird duck, and I guess we are all individually kind of different, right? I don't just jump on the latest bandwagon or whatever, and I like to take small steps to kind of see what the effects are. Shit, I mean, I've been brewing in the bag since 2017, 2016. um, I know chilled for a long time and stuff like that. Not that there's anything wrong with it. uh, I brewed raw ales there for a good bit, and stuff like that. So kind of just make those small changes. There's nothing wrong with no chill, in my opinion, right? I totally agree with you. I will say one of the biggest advantages of no chill versus chilling your worts is you can get your yeast on there quicker, get it fermenting quicker. Um, I do think I do think there for a little bit with my no chill brews, I was picking up a little something, um, an off flavor. Maybe that being the wild natural yeast bacteria that was kind of getting in there, maybe putting a small little foothold into something. I haven't really picked up on the same recipe that I would have brewed no chill versus chilled. I haven't picked up on those flavors. Um, Maybe there's something behind that. Maybe there isn't. Maybe it's just all in my head. Knowing that I'm doing it better. I agree with you. Lack of patience a little bit. Yeah, but I don't think that there's any one way to brew right, as long as you're hitting those marks that you want to, that you need to. If you're brewing things that you're really happy with or whatever, then more power to you. um i I don't I have no problem with not chilling. I think that there's advantages to that too. You're wasting less time trying to do something, less resources to try to do something. If you're environmentally cautious or whatever, you're using less resources or whatever the case may be, not to kind of go down any one path or the other. But I think they both have advantages, and you have to figure out, is that worth your time, right? You know. Kind of a lot like you. I think um you normally leave your beer on yeast for a month, right? Um, I normally typically leave mine in there about 3 weeks to a month, kind of just depending. Um, I think you will normally leave yours in the keg too for an extended amount of time. I normally push my beer through a little bit faster. So, okay, so you do leave yours in the fermenter for about a month. Generally, I'm sure there's not too many exceptions to that rule. Uh, how long do you leave yours in the keg? And I think you're more of a slow builder of carbonation too, correct? Uh, I speed mine up. Um, mm. So I use an all rounder, so I ferment for a month and I just serve it off of it the next month, slow carb for a week. Yeah. I'm not really normally in a hurry to ferment and serve, generally speaking. Every once in a while I am. Um, but like, with Clike um, yeast, I don't normally, um, I'm not trying to turn a beer around quickly. I'm trying to chase those profiles, the esters, the phenols, whatever they'll throw. Uh, that's kind of like why I use that. Other than that, like I don't care about a quick fermentation or the beer to be ready. Um, I to even when using Clake, I will normally about 3 weeks to a month probably leave it in the fermenter and then transfer it. Uh, I do quick carb though. Uh, you know, 30 psi for 2 days, back down, and then put at serving temperature for a day or two. Um, Now, if I'm bottle conditioning, so what I've learned is from my own personal taste, uh, ferment for a month and then put in the bottles and let it go for another month. So at that point, the beer's 2 months old before I taste it. Um, Generally speaking, for the most part. If I'm doing a raw ale, I do speed that up a little bit. I'll drink it a little bit sooner, and I'll go ahead and move it to the bottling bucket a little bit sooner too. Sorry, I got a text from another homebrewer. You want to know if I use the Blickman beer gun, and yes, I do. Came highly recommended from Gnome and Kevin and a few other people that I know. So we're coming in kind of towards the end of the last 5 months or something like that, where I need to get ready to pull the grains, drain the main grains, right? Northwest. saw my video on the beer gun. Yeah, so I wasn't like really trying to like review the beer gun or talk too much about my process on it. I have been asked a little bit before about doing it, and so I'll probably show how I do it. Everybody kind of does it a little bit differently. I followed the instruction video and a few other ones, and I found that kind of like what they're showing and what they're doing works a little bit differently than the way that I've kind of have started to find my own way to do it. Not a whole lot of differences. Um, I will tell you that I find myself having to check the PSIs pretty frequently. Um, I don't know if that's more to do with the like I've got a gas leak or something like that, but I do it a little bit differently. Yeah, I've done that too. Like when I'm split batching, you know, if I'll put like 2 gallons, 2.5 gallons in the um bottling bucket, and then I'll put the rest in the keg or whatever, and then bottle them up. Those drops, um, I don't think I've ever really had a problem with it, but I want to say I think there was one beer that I did, and I think that might have been the quad that I bottle conditioned like that, and it must have just been the yeast because that yeast went through some shit, man. The yeast that I used to ferment the quad had fermented a double before that, and that thing was a monster. I mean, it took right off, poured directly on the yeast cake, and I like 6 hours later, it was a really violent fermentation. Like I had to switch to a blow off tube. That's back when I was just using just straight airlocks, and no blow off tubes and stuff. And so had quite the mess to pick up after that, after a couple days of fermenting and swapping out the the airlocks because they kept getting clogged and stuff. But I think it was almost borderline so violent that I don't know if a blow off tube would have helped too much. Um, you know, but yeah, that was kind of crazy. But when it came time to bottle that, it, they it was like a really long time before they had almost any carbonation. Most of them seemed like they were flat, or like just like a couple psi, if that's there. Like it was almost nothing. I guess you wouldn't measure that in psi. It'd probably be what, like grams of CO2 or whatever, right? So, but yeah, no, bottling conditioning, in my opinion, I found, like everybody says, oh, 2 weeks, it's ready to go. I found that like at 2 weeks, like the beer just kind of tasted too green or too new. After about a month, we had good carbonation levels, it seemed like, and it felt like everything kind of just blended together a little bit better, doing it that way. So it's very rare that if I'm bottle conditioning that I'm drinking anything that's younger than a month. The only one that will come to mind that I feel like is worth it is the raw ale. My experience has showed me that generally a week bottle conditioning, we got really good carbonation levels, and I guess it's just the clike that I was using. Like it just sees sugar and it goes. We got really good carbonation levels, and those things need to be just drunk so fresh. So I have no problem with drinking one that's only been in the bottle for a week. And those things are freaking pretty delicious, in my opinion. Um, the Speaking of raw ales, the only one that I've brewed that wasn't Clike was the the last one that I brewed with the Lithuanian farmhouse yeast, and the comparisons between them are pretty they're similar, but they're kind of different. And so that's actually this week's video that's coming out, if anybody's interested, is the comparison between the two beers, the one raw ale and one boiled. So that's exciting. And looks like it's time to pull the grains. So while I'm doing that, I guess if anybody's got any questions for me, put them in there. Let me know what y'all do with your grains. If you're new here, if you're not new here, you know that the grains normally go to the chickens for the most part. This whole batch will go directly to them because of the other things that we feed. They've got plenty of food. So we'll talk about that here in a minute, though, too, when I come back. You just set that on the table. The handle getting like snagged on it. All right, so let's cool off a second and take a sample. So we're not getting a ton of eggs right now. We've we've had some complications with the chickens. We got our older hens that we had originally got for the flock. They're kind of getting up in age where we're not seeing very much egg production from them. And we've had some dwindled numbers with different generations of the flock. Um, we I think we're down to three or so of the original batch, maybe two. So the next batch had some fatalities too, due to predators and or age, or apparently from like what we've seen sometimes chickens just die. And then the next batch was we had gotten six. All six of those turned out to be roosters. So we had to process some of those out. So they're sitting in the freezer right now. And then, so we just recently got a bunch of chicks. Supposedly they're all hens. We'll just have to wait to see how they grow up. They're kind of getting older to where we probably should start being able to tell if they're hens or roosters in the next few months. It's still going to be a little bit. So we haven't had a ton of eggs. Um, Out of that six, was it six? I bet. Yeah, it was six. So out of the six, all six turned in to be roosters. We're down to three roosters for the whole flock, which is way too many, honestly. And we started making the decision about the next two to call. So we do get eggs. It's just kind of been a little bit more spread out than we're used to or that we would like. So we're hoping that some of these other ones will be hens and they'll start laying here pretty soon. All right. So our target was 10:35. Let's see how close we are. Well, we're dead on for 10:35, our target. So that's a nice change of pace. Not that we had been terribly far off on some of these other ones, but it was enough to kind of start getting concerned about. All right, so we're gonna mash out. Spoiled ass dogs get all the fresh eggs. Yeah, yep, they sure were. That's kind of been another thing that's slowed down our eggs too. So the wart, we've got 25% German pills, 25% smoked malt, 25% Vienna, and 25% wheat. I'm gonna say that I can taste it all, except for the smoke malt. It's kind of died down a little bit. It's there in the background. First time brewing one, so maybe I'll have to make some adjustments eventually. This seemed to be a pretty solid um, uh, brew or recipe that most people were using. Um, so I said, well, let me make an attempt at it and see where it ends up, and then we'll get it out. My dogs get spent grains as well as the local deer. So down here, I'm sure there's deer somewhere around here, but there's probably not a ton of them. Our dogs, we've got one that is grain intolerant. Like he cannot eat any grain. He goes into like a allergic reaction of scratching and itching, and he'll bald himself trying to scratch so much. The other one, Ender, he's not as sensitive, but it's just easier to keep them both on the same diet. And then Barley, our latest addition, we haven't ever really seen how he would handle grain, but like I said, it's just kind of easier to keep everybody on the same diet. Speaking of Barley, he just walked by. Yeah, I guess y'all could kind of see him a little bit, but I'm rural adjacent, just outside of the city and very close. Yeah, it's kind of, I guess, where we're at. I would say kind of suburb-ish, not total like populated though. Like we're I was gonna say we're like an hour away from Houston, but even if you're in Houston, you're an hour away from Houston. So yeah, ex-urban.
It's like between suburb and rural.
Yeah. So I'm gonna mash out for 168 for 10 minutes. Hopefully that will add some flair to this. I know kind of everybody has their own opinion about mashing out. I haven't necessarily think that I've seen a difference or not, but figured I'd try to give it a chance for a little bit. I'm an hour away from Atlanta, so is the rest of Georgia. Yeah, yeah, that was kind of crazy. When we went to Georgia uh, to visit some family out there, just like it seemed forever to get away from Atlanta. Like it took a minute. When I lived in Costa Rica, I had a neighbor with a rooster and me up at 3 a.m. Yeah, yeah. Um, I don't know what time the main rooster goes. Like, so you can kind of hear a difference between all three of them, uh, especially when you spend every day with them. Um, they don't normally crow too much. Like if we're in there, I mean they do, but at that point they're just being loud, So it's kind of hard to hear the differences. But one of them, from what I've seen, he starts about 5:30. It seems like, um, but they won't come out until after it's daylight, and he definitely won't let the hens out until after he's kind of come out. He's got to be like the first one out. So yeah, they can definitely be annoying. You know, Most of the time, if we're out here just hanging out, like it's just kind of nonstop, and they just feed after each other. We had one that sounded like he was kind of like almost an air siren, like air alert siren. He was kind of annoying. Happy we don't have him anymore. Hello. Okay. That was weird. I saw it freeze. I know during some of the past live streams, people said that I froze up, and I just never really saw it happening. But that was weird. Don't know what happened there. I guess I set my cup down and froze, so maybe I need to be a little bit more careful with the table. So I think it's an interesting malt bill, like I said. Um, kind of a little surprised that I didn't taste the smoke as much as I thought I would have. So we'll see how that turns out in the end product. Um, maybe I'll have to end up in that or something like that. You know, 25, 25, 25%. So all 4 grains, maybe they're competing too much with each other. But we haven't boiled yet and we haven't fermented yet. So, like I said, I think it's going to be an interesting deal. Then with the Magnum, I'm only throwing in at 0.37 ounces of Magnum. So that'll be a clean bittering addition. It'll be up to the yeasties to decide what they're going to do. Know what I mean? Anybody have any experiences with the Philly sour yeast? I remember when it first came out, I was pretty interested in it, especially from like the kettle sour aspect of the Winterweiss aspect. I thought that would probably make a good one. Um, this will be my first time again, using it, but I know a lot of people have kind of started using that for the Winterweiss type beers and stuff like that. I'm interested in it. So that way I don't have to kettle sour this one or worry about having lacto live in a fermenter or anything like that. So it's a pretty interesting yeast to me, anyways. I know, like I said, it's kind of a little temperature dependence and yeast pitch dependence, of course. You know, I think normally we're used to, throwing a whole packet on something. It looks like most people are using 2 packets where they would normally use one for standard strength beer. This one's going to be a little under standard strength, so I think I'm going to rock one yeast packet, see what happens. But I got a second one if it seems like it's not really doing its thing very well. But by then, it'd probably be too late to do anything, anyways. It's best to make acid the first, you know, 3 days or so, 2 days fermenting, and then the rest is when the starts fermenting beer, so making acid. So, like I said, felt like it was interesting. One day I'm going to make a true Berliner Weiss, not kettle soured. I had one about a year ago, 2 years ago, thereabouts. Um, that was had Brett in it, and that thing was pretty freaking good. Normally, I'm not scared of Brett, but I just kind of laid off on any of those mixed firms and stuff like that. Even though I've got them calling my name here lately, good mixed firm, I think would be fun. But that's the problem is like a good one. Like you can make a pretty decent one, but at least intentionally, yeah. Um, they're pretty easy to not do intentionally, I guess. um, I've I've done all mine on purpose, one way or another. Now I did get an infection one time on a Berliner ice with fruit. Uh, it had acetobacter in it, so it made uh, some vinegar, so that was not fun. And then I think I had one other infection. Can't remember what beer it was now, but that was one of the times where I was like, "That's it. I'm doing everything right. I'm going to chill and temperature control and mash outs and all this other stuff, and came back and had a pellicle on it. It was pretty disgusting looking. I want to say I think it was one of my rye Irish stouts that I brewed a couple years ago. So that was kind of disappointing. But it happens, you know. Right. Now, time to not forget to set this timer. Oh, not 70 minutes, just 10. That's all we need. Alrighty. Yep, that's working. Worried there for a minute. So, what's next on your brewing list, Kevin? Northwest, Maru. Got all this dust from the grains. I think you should try a sour, Kevin. Be it a kettle sour or otherwise. I think you might have fun with it. Christmas ale. What's your what's your ideas there? Are you doing like a stout, or are you doing like an actual like spice ale kind of deal? Probably looking at a pilsner. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. I keep, like I said earlier, I don't know if you heard. Keep thinking like, oh, I need to focus on lagers this year and just knock out a bunch of lagers. Good pilsner though is hard to beat. Kind of funny, like years ago, I used to be all like, oh, I'm not interested unless it's a stout or a Hefeweizen. But it's funny how our taste change over time, you know. Get my cigar. Oh, Imperial. Are you going for like an actual Christmas ale stout, like you're gonna add spices and fruits and all that to it, or are you just gonna um brew just like an imperial stout? Oh, or are you talking about like the triple like Belgian spiced? Okay. Well, good luck on that. I don't know a whole lot about the um triple type beers. I know you throw spices in them. So the Tank 7 is just a saison. It's not really sour, at least not to my knowledge. I have never really picked up on it. Um, Maybe I need to go back and look at it. It's been a while since I've had Tank 7. I thought it was a clean beer though. Not I didn't think they soured it or had it mixed firm like with Brett or anything like that. Thought it was just a regular old run of the mill saison type beer. Though I could be wrong. Like it's actually likely that I'm wrong. But Tank Seven's really good. Well, I'm happy that you enjoyed mine. I've probably sent you mostly kettle sours if you had a sour mine, like the blender ice style. Anybody else in here enjoys sour ales? We have I I hate to say local brewery because it's not really local. I mean, in Texas, I guess it's local because it's 3 hours away. But Jester King, they have a bunch of like mixed culture sour ales and stuff like that, farmhouse ales that are really good. Got a couple sitting in the refrigerator right now. Kind of been like, oh yeah, I need to drink that. Got one that's with cherries in it. Kind of pretty interested in that one. But they do a lot of like fruited beers too that are sour in the saison farmhouse type deal. Hate to say it, but I think I've about ran out of things to say. Been a minute since I've planned one of these out. I always kind of winged it a little bit, anyways, but not that interesting of a person, I guess. Huh? Anybody been watching the other channel, the Fermentors? How y'all liking those? If you haven't, uh, go check them out. I think we got some pretty cool episodes already done, and more on the way. I'm really excited about those. If you're unfamiliar with it, it's four mentors, so it's like a fermenter where we talk to some professionals or some knowledgeable people, be it brewery owners or head brewers or uh, you know good home brewers and things like that, and talk about all kinds of subject matter. We've got one on simplifying recipes. We've got one why homebrew clubs are important, judging beer, community based through the homebrew store, and then coming up next is uh, Ramon. Yeah, Ramon from Venture on Latin American beers. Understand that? Yeah. Sometimes they can kind of be too much. During like late spring, summer, I really like having a blender of ice on tap. It's just something about the heat here. Low ABV beer. You come in from a really hot day, hit that tap for a good little 3% beer, and really refreshing, and that tang from the sour kind of refreshing, where some people would want an IPA or whatever. I kind of generate more towards like the sour aspect of it personally, you know. But there are some refreshing IPAs out there. Just none that I particularly care to have on hand right now. That rye IPA that I made though, that thing was pretty delicious. That thing was pretty good. I'm happy that I had that for as long as I did. I kind of didn't get tired of that one. Probably, like I said, should brew that one again. Try to nail that style. That one did okay in competitions. It didn't think it was like lower 30s thereabouts. One day I'm gonna learn how to really brew a good saison. I can brew a 38, but no better yet. Done it a couple times, unfortunately. That wood aged one though, that one was hella good. All right, mash out's done. All right, it froze for some reason. I guess it's like the
Back.
camera stopped for a minute. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened, but we're done with the mash out and we're off to the boil. So see what happens here. Pretty simple boil today. 60-minute boil. Uh, Everything is 15-minute edition or 10-minute edition. So Warflock tablet at 15, some Magnum at 15, use Nutrient at 10, and then we're gonna chill this bad boy down. Today's not a hop basket day because we're using like less than a little bit more than a quarter ounce of hops. So I didn't think that was going to be worth it for the hop basket. I think that some of my best beers have been by accident. Beer that didn't come out like expected, but still great. Don't know how. Do it again, unfortunately. Yeah, I've got to get a little bit better at taking notes myself. So what I've done, and I know you're like competition too, or into it. Try to take the notes during brew day, enter those into Beersmith. Like this batch XYZ, this happened, kind of deal, and then I go back and put in the notes like what competition it went into, like what the date time frame was, uh, and then like what it scored and all that, with some tasting notes and things like that. Um, some of the best beers that I've had that a lot of people like are ones that I don't like the American Wheat Ale. Man, I didn't hate that beer. I just didn't really like that beer all that much. But I took it to friends' places and growlers, the parties and stuff like that. Everybody really, really liked it. Um, it struck a medal and all that. We'll admit the night that it won, I had one. I was like, oh, this doesn't taste bad, but but that was all in my head, um, as far as that goes. But yeah, some of those happy little incidences. I've had one or two of those kind of happen. Um, Sometimes though, you never know. Like what was the one thing? Was it temperature related for fermentation? Did you really nail that, or like was your mash temperatures correct or whatever? There's so many variables and all that. So I try to take as much notes as possible. As I'm sure you do too. I've seen your brewer's book before on your notes stuff. It's only so much that you can document too, because like some of it is just you got a living, breathing organism trying to ferment, and you're using organic materials for for the base for the sugars and all that. Coming up on boiling temperature, so I better get this lid off. So I know we've talked about this before. I don't know if I've talked to you about it directly, Kevin, but do you skim the layer off the top, or do you just let it be? I like to let it be. Figure if the beer doesn't want it, it'll toss it during fermentation. Get ready for this boil. Make sure I'm not gonna have a boil over. Excuse me. Alrighty, so got a fairly decent bowl going now. Let it be. I don't know why though. Just know I've always done it. I do skim some, but just the beginnings. I got this. Go over the top. Yeah. No, I'm back. Patriots won somehow. Never really been terribly big into professional sports. Locally we follow the Astros just because that's the home team as far as that goes. Kind of prefer baseball over most of the other professional sports. Um, we kids in softball or t-ball and baseball and stuff. We're out there kind of active with that. To me, that's a lot more fun personally. Like following the game with them, like being part of that. I guess you got a vested interest though, a little bit with that kind of thing. Let's see here. I need to set a timer before I forget about it boiling. So 45. Alrighty. But nothing wrong with football. So my phone decided to start blowing up with all kinds of things. Sorry about that. I don't think I've missed anything in the chat. So I don't know who all heard the story was interested about the Jagged Reasoning IPA, but kind of hate to come back to it. But y'all interested in seeing that on video formats and that story? Again, I don't know exactly how to incorporate it, how to tell the story. That's the biggest thing there. What footage to use, how to blend it, all that. Guess I need to sit down and figure that out. Think it'd be fun. Got to figure it out. Well, have fun at the gym, Kevin. Thank you for making me remember that we should do that eventually at some point. It's been a minute, but have fun, stay safe, all that. Thanks for stopping in. Really appreciate it, buddy. Got to keep the eye on it. Had some wind kick up, and so popped the mix firm in the fridge. It's only been in the bottle 9 days, but let's see. You probably shouldn't, but also you probably should. Kind of an advocate of periodically checking, especially like mixed firms, because they go through those periods of when they're not good, getting better, and then kind of fall off again, and then they come back. It seems like. But you probably should. I mean, Morrow seems that you should too. So 2 against 1. Do it. Do it. Yeah. Peer pressure. Morrow's a bad influence on us all. Mostly himself, but us all. You can make more. James is not wrong. My worst own habit series. I am too. I am too. That and time. Time is my one of my worst habit series too. Just don't have enough. That's probably everybody. It's a mixed firm. It's not supposed to have a ton of carbonation, right? Or maybe it does. You tell us. Gnome's got probably a lot more experience with those than I do. Well, if you do one a week, that's 28 weeks of mixed firm. And then you'll know. It's only been 9 days. Yeah. The more I think about it, I mean, you should, but you shouldn't. But you probably should. You're welcome. Hopefully that helped. Sugar to the last one. Trying to remember. I think yeah, I didn't use Belgian bottles for my last one, so I tried to think about I tried to shoot for 2.3, 2.5 uh, units for carbonation. I think I did okay on that. I think it could have probably used a little closer to 3, 2.8 thereabouts, but I didn't want to push those bottles. Targeted 3, yeah. Cool. So walk us through how you isolated it and all that and why you think it's ready. Um, I've been super interested in trying to do that. Um, I don't have really any experience of doing that myself. I've seen some videos of, taking some warts and putting it near the garden or wherever, kind of deals to be able to get some yeast. I've seen many different methods of taking fruit and just dropping it in warts and let it try to culture off that way. Um, I guess the only like real farming I've ever done as far as that goes, though, I got a couple of lactose strains that I want to play with that I probably should do something with here pretty soon. Um, I got those off all grains and stuff like that, so it'd be interesting to do a taste test to see if there's any differences. I'm sure most of it's the same strain of lacto there, but I don't know that. I don't have the equipment. Wind's picking up just a little bit, so cool. Yeah, I think that takes a lot of time and patience for sure to propagate some wild yeast. 3 months. When's the last time you fed it? Yeah. Do you know what measurement it was for your second runnings? Think so my buddy Adventure, he said he does all his starters at like 1020 or so to propagate yeast, revitalize and all that. I've always just, if I'm doing it, like shoot for like that 1030 or so to build up a starter or whatever. Can of the proper pitch and some water. I think it equates to right around 1030 ish, somewhere right around there, maybe 1032. Again, I'm probably wrong. It's been a while since I've done that. Where did you collect the yeast, or how did you do it? 2 weeks ago, smells like that. Just grab around 1020 or so, but 2 days added. Okay, I think you told me about that. I remember talking about it briefly. Maybe you were fixing to start trying to collect some. How did you collect it, or where did you collect it from? I know, like different seasons of the year too. You can go back to the same place and get a different strain, like and I'm just throwing it out there. Like say like the spring, you might have more Brett in a yeast strain, whereas in the summer you might have more lacto or whatever the case may be, or you might not have any bacteria. Yeah. See, so like beh- behind here, there's a huge lot. It used to be pretty densely uh, uh, populated with trees and stuff like that. I've always talked about like going back there and like ninja planting some fruit trees or some tomatoes or something and just like let it go wild, kind of again back there. But they came and pushed over a lot of that stuff a couple years ago. I think they were going to put in a subdivision and just never did or whatever. But you know, uh, I thought about going back there because there's still a bunch of trees back there, and putting a couple jars of wort out there, see what I can collect. I think it would be fun. But I think what I'm going to do is come springtime after we've gone through and cleaned up the gardens and stuff, I'm going to try to see about collecting some. Well, if anybody's got any hints about collecting some wild yeast, I'm all open to any kind of information anybody can provide. I think you can have a lot of fun with that. I think Gnome, didn't you get some, or you were trying to get some off of your hops or hop plants? Thought about doing that too. Like when I go to trim back for the winter to overwinter, maybe trying to snip off some leaves and throw it in some wort and see what happens. Um, we're still fairly green on most of it. Kind of starting to die back some right now. put a bit alcohol in there to weed out the low alcohol tolerance strains and adjust pH. What pH should you be aiming for? You got any ideas as far as that? Yeah, I know most of the time, like lacto doesn't like the hops. I don't know about bread or PDO. My understanding, I think like most of your like fruit or berry cone type producing plants, I think you stand a pretty good chance of that. Speaking of some like kind of weird experiments, so we had a bird feeder out front to feed the migratory birds and stuff like that. We got some cardinals that hang out around here and things. A couple blue jays. I don't really care for them, but I saw a blue jay attack a hawk that was watching the chickens one day, so that was pretty cool. But the uh, the birds had knocked over a bunch of their seeds and stuff, so we had a bunch of like wild sunflowers growing out there underneath the bird feeder. Then we had some wheat pop up from their seeds. So I was letting the wheat grow. I thought that that would be kind of cool to uh, take those seeds and either replant them and get some wheat growing here or try to molt it. I mean, there wasn't a whole lot of wheat, so it it would probably be more beneficial to turn around and plant that wheat, see if I could get it to grow. But I got a guy. He mows the front for us, and we just take care of the backyard and stuff. And uh, I guess he had a helper with him, and man, they were almost ready to cut and dry out. And he came in there with a weed whacker when we weren't home, and just just knocked it all down. I was like, damn it. I mean, there was probably, if I had to guess, I would say it was probably maybe about a pound or so of what you probably would have gotten out of the wheat. So, like I said, it wasn't very much. So it'd be like a super small batch of beer, or you know, just more for planting, and then try to use that to gain some more, you know, 2 to 3 pounds worth of grains. Hoping next year we'll get lucky and get some hops to brew with. Um, this year I didn't really manage it quite like I did last year, and so the plants really took off. As far as the shoots and stuff goes, it looks like there were maybe some some additional rhyme zones or something like that that I can get in next year and maybe get them out of where those are at and replant some and things like that. Um, so I don't know. It'd be really exciting to be able to make one beer out of the plants that we have here. I think that that would be cool. Um, so far, I mean, they look pretty in the garden growing and all that. Um, I'm just really hoping that they pay off. Um, I was going to try to get some hot plants for this year during the spring to put in. Was looking at like maybe some cluster or something else, something a little bit different than what I got. So right now I'm growing the Neo Maximus multi head um, hot plants. They're supposed to be kind of like drought tolerant and all that. And so I thought that that was a good matchup here. Um, we didn't have quite the struggles we had the first year growing hops. We had some mold issues and some pest issues. This year didn't really, knock on wood, see anything as far as that went. So tried to police that part as best I could. So I think they got a pretty decent start at the beginning of the year, but just no cones this year. So I think this following year I'm gonna like really stay strict to policing the growth there and not let as many binds pop up and get going. I was hoping that we'd have some really good root development just by letting it go a little more on the wild side this year. So we'll see if that pans out for me or not. I talked to a lot of people, and it seemed like third year was your best chance at starting to get hops. So no, gnome has some hop plants. Yeah, kind of like the like how to make everything. That dude, that dude does it for sure. I don't know if that was necessarily the inspiration for me doing it. I think I had already had it in my head to maybe try to grow some hops. Maybe not. Um, sometimes sometimes it's kind of blurry there. But so we practice homesteading here. Uh, I'd say we're sometimes successful at it. Um, I've we've tried a couple times with greens. Uh, the best that we've been able to do is, other than that wild wheat that grew out there, was was sorghum. Uh, I got about a pound and a half, maybe 2 pounds of that. Uh, the year that we grew that, uh, didn't get any of the I want to say molasses, but any of the syrup off the canes. They just didn't really have good growth there. Um, but we got a bunch of seeds, and I molted those and all that. So that was a fun experiment. Unfortunately, I think all the sugar cane died off during the summer. I tried to do what I could, but I think the heat and time was just against it. So we'll see if it sprouts back during the spring, or maybe now that it's kind of cooled off, maybe we'll see some new growth happen. So that kind of sucked. Maybe I'll try to get some more sugar canes going and watch that. Yeah, did have that self sufficiency bug there for a long time. Still do, but you know, attention attention's kind of been divided among a lot of things, and so sometimes it's just easier to give in and not be quite as self sufficient. No, I've said before. I remember talking to Gnome about it, about having some of the other plants that we have around here, using those as like hop substitutions or additions to help balance beer, like the rosemary and time and some of that stuff. So we probably got enough of that grows around here that I could probably do that easily without any kind of issue. I think was it Groot, like make a Groot beer, something along the lines of Saison Farmhouse. Northwest with the wind. This is how we grouped it. So, contrary to belief, I've not used the chicken and beer yet. Uh, keep getting that requested at Brew Club. Doesn't sound too interesting to me. Hell yeah, Northwest. Feels like it's been a long day. Guess it's all those technical issues we ran into earlier, kind of making it difficult, huh? So, got a looks like we got a new couple people join in. I don't know if they're just in and out or whatever, but if you're new to the stream, welcome. Appreciate you stopping by, checking in, all that. If you haven't commented, let us know what you're brewing, what you're drinking. Hell, what's everybody drinking? It's about that time, right? Playing burner games with the wind here, doing shots a day, Quill. Fall line. I want to say when we went to Georgia, we tried. Well, so when we went to Georgia, we hit up a couple like beer garden type places that had a bunch of local beers and stuff. Uh, we made our way over to like I guess it was the Macon area that has Fall Line, and I think that's where they're out of. And anyways, the city that we went to, they had like 3 or 4 breweries right there in town, and everywhere we try to go, uh, like we could not get a seat, much less get a beer. So and maybe we went there in the wrong time of year or just the wrong day. I think it was a Sunday, maybe it may have been a Saturday, but yeah, it was really hard to get a beer anywhere. But want to go back and spend a week or so in that area and try to really take in uh, some of the beers there. I think I had a fall line at like the beer garden place or tap house or whatever you guys would call it around there, and there were some really good beers there. I want to say was it something schoolhouse school bus or something like that. They had some pretty good beers that I had there. Fall line. I remember having one of their beers. It's like, oh my god, this is really good. I don't remember exactly what it was off the top of my head. I'd have to go back and like look through my Instagram and see what I posted because shoot, that was probably 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago now. But Georgia had some really good beer around there that we experienced. I know CH talks a lot about the beer scenes in other cities and towns and areas and all that. No, Gnome really likes Treehouse. Um, Everything Treehouse I've ever had has been pretty good. Um, Northwest, you're probably surrounded by some pretty decent beers too. I'm sure, being up Pacific Northwest area. Who's your who's your go to in your local area, Northwest? Gnome, who's your go to? Morrow, who's your go to? Atlantic Brewing. Do they have a favorite beer of yours there, or just kind of everything they put out is pretty good? So like around here, we've got Houston that's far away but not that far away kind of deal. Uh, the South Houston area is kind of the closest to me. Um, there's breweries on the island, Galveston Island, that's further south of us, and I've had some of their stuff, pretty decent. Galveston Island Brewery, they've got a wheat ale that's pretty good. Um, we've got kind of north of us, just outside of the Houston city limits area, Saloon Door Brewing. They've got some pretty good beer there. Uh, they had some like Dunkels and stuff like that that were really good. uh, my probably all time favorite like local brewery, and I mean it's 45 minutes away, so not quite Houston area, but the Valencians, uh, man, the everything that I've ever had there has always been like really good. Um, they've got a oatmeal stout there that's won a bunch of GBAF awards and stuff like that. There's people that come from like Montana to try his beer. Um, he's uh he's got it going on down there for sure. Um, I, last time I was up there, last Thursday, uh, man, he had a fest beer that was really freaking good there, like really good. That's kind of like, if I didn't have to go out of my way anymore, I wouldn't, but I got to go out of my way anywhere that that I go, unless it's here at the house. Then I don't have to go very far out of my way, you know. But I would say that my brews aren't quite to professional levels either. So sometimes you want something that's you didn't brew, you know. But at Valencin's place, man, he doesn't seem to have like a niche brew that he does. I mean, that oatmeal stout's pretty good. I'd say that's probably one of his super flagship beers. You know what I mean? Uh, Research. Yep. Valencin's is closer to Houston area than we are. Yep, that's they are for sure. um, Heady topper. um, but like he of course has a lot of IPA type beers there, but I know he's brewed a raw ale before, put it on tap. That was pretty good. He does a lot of like Berliner Weiss beers, uh, occasional amber and things like that. So pretty good brewer. If you ever get there and he's there, he's pretty super cool guy to talk to. Loves talking about home brewing. We're lucky to kind of have him in the area. He's kind of been a champion of our homebrew club and stuff like that. The Backfish, that was the brewery that was kind of local that would throw on like homebrew competitions, and if he brewed a winning beer, he would have a commercial release out of that. That guy Chris, super awesome guy. He was a really big proponent of the homebrew community locally, and unfortunately, they shut down. But that was a that was kind of a loss to our local homebrew community for sure. Uh, he had some pretty decent beer there too. Kind of sucks that he had to close down, but you know it is what it is. Remember during one of the closing days, he was just blowing out beer, and he had like a imperial stout, and he did like 3 4 different versions of it, and ran some of them through different barrels. And he had this rye uh, barrel aged stout that was like freaking phenomenal. Like, I'm sad that he released that kind of as he was closing, because if that would have been on tap every day, I'd probably be in trouble. Like, that was a phenomenal beer. Really liked that one. Well, fortunately, ran out on that bottle, anyways. It's like I'm blocking the view. All right, so yep, that sucked. Special appearance from Barley happens. Here's Barley. Come here, Barley. Come here. Oh, no. Hey, look at the camera. No. So this is Barley. Rescued right around Father's Day. He's grown up a little bit. I think he's probably put on, I don't know, 15 pounds or so. Gotten a little taller. Add 1/3 Christie's. Yeah, so Barley's he's learning the name of the game around here. Been pretty protective of things. I think it's just a matter of time before he catches a squirrel. He's still kind of aloof with us, not nearly as bad as he used to be, but he definitely is like, okay, we're all in the same room, and that's all I needed to see. So unfortunately, that tank of propane ran out. So I had to switch tanks there. I have to add a little bit of time to this boil. I knew it was going to be close with that tank, but I thought that I had enough to squeeze out what I needed to there. Unfortunately, we missed it by about 20, 30 minutes worth of boil time. So it is what it is. Good thing I already had another tank laying around. Looks like we got to return back to good boil. So just do that. Right. Yeah, I was kind of surprised that we could get old Barley to cooperate there on that. I've tried to get him more interested in being on an actual video, but closest I was able to do other than just then was he was in a thumbnail. So craziness of the day, my pre-boil was 10 points. I guess 10 points off. Oh, 10 points low. Okay, I see. Yeah. But my OG hit on the nose. Um I don't know like if you start it, after pulling your grains or whatever there. Um that's one thing that I learned kind of early in was like I was like, oh, I'm 10, 15 points low or whatever. Someone's like, hey, stir your mash, before you go into boil. Temperature differences too. I don't know how you're taking your pre-boil gravity. I've basically everything before yeast pitch. I use my refractometer. I've checked it time and time again, just to make sure that it stays within calibration. But yeah. So we've got about 8 minutes left where I need to add the chiller and the hops. So I need to go ahead and measure out the hops. And we're going with Magnum. This is After sparge, after stir, calibrated today, maybe gas stove or super humid. Yeah. Another thing to look at is your volume too. Like if you're over or under, if you're over volume a little bit, but a little under on your gravity, then maybe it's a little closer than you think. um, I've ran into that. Hell, I ran into that this year. There was something weird that was going on, and I think it was malt quality. Honestly, it's the only thing I can kind of keep coming back to was like that rye Irish stout. Like it was it was so low that we had to extend the boil because to me it was more important to hit the desired gravities than it was volume on that. So don't know if maybe if you were a little over on your volume, a little under on your gravities, you can kind of make that up in a boil, a little more vigorous boil. 5 more minutes. Checking along pretty good. See, other than that, I don't know. Y'all ask me some questions or something. Like legitimately, I've ran out of things. One day I'm gonna get good at the streaming thing and have the perfect first stream, and then have some questions wrote out and materials to go over. But yep, it's where we're at now. You're welcome. So when you said you scaled up your this brew that you did today, Mario, you went from 1 gallon to what, 5 gallons? Did you do all grain? That's why we get along. Which part? Which part is why we get along? Said a lot of nonsense. 4.25 all grain. I know when you switched over to using recipe design deal, you were kind of digging the nonsense part. I know when you switched over to like a recipe software, you were really digging the custom ability, and then once you did a brewer too, you felt like you had it dialed in. You were really digging that. I'm happy to see you progress as quickly as you have. I think that's pretty awesome for you, man. I'm excited to see kind of some of your next weird things that you're doing, playing around with. I know you were saying you're planning on doing a lager here pretty soon. Pretty excited to see how that turns out for you too. Lagers are one of those things. It's kind of one of those things that's like such a pain in the ass. But man, if you do it right, I'm at your leisure. uh, if you do it right, then it's like, oh man, I did this and it was worth it. You know, these kind of like Metacore ones or whatever, like my current pre-prohibition lager, and kind of like, was it really worth going through all the trouble? Like I could have probably broke out 2 L's in the time that it took me to do that. But that's just nature of the beast, live and learn a little bit at a time, right? Looks like I need to kick up the boil a little bit more. Kind of been a little cloudy all day. Looked like it was possibly going to rain, even though they said 7% chance. Sun's definitely moved into position, making it hot right here. I mean, sure doesn't help that I'm basically sitting on top of a burner too, but all right. Time to do this. All right, Orflock tablet and hops. Now, a good 5 minutes timer for the yeast nutrients. Closing in, boys, closing in. Anybody else use yeast nutrient? Fermate K. Yeah, I think I remember you were talking about yeast nutrients in a video recently, weren't you? I think we talked about that in the comments section too. Fermate K. I think Firm O is what I've been using for the meads and ciders. I can't remember. Maybe you'll be able to recall off the top of your head which one had kind of more nutrients in it, like DAP and all that. I think it was Fermate O. Okay, so then maybe it was Fermate K. I'd have to go look, but that's way over there, and in yonder, I think whichever one I have is it, which I guess it would be the Fermate O. I probably got because it had more in it, and it was just less I had to do, you know. It's kind of hard to see on my screen. I guess the screen's getting the sun and not the camera, so that's good. Let's see here, how we doing? 2 more minutes. Isn't the amount of K like astronomical? I don't know. I just all I've ever really used, especially for beer, is this one. Uh, the meads, ciders. I've used, I guess, the Fermado, and it seems to do a pretty good job. I know that putting it in, like, man, it's you see like almost instant activity in both the mead and the cider. The first cider I did, like it blew out of the fermenter, so that was kind of crazy. The mead, it was getting kind of close to coming out, but yeah, guess I really should check on both of those. Um, both the first mead and cider got racked off into secondary. That mead's got to be ready to bottle now. So that's been sitting in secondary for like a month or better now. I'd have to check the dates. It's probably time to rack off the the second cider and mead into secondary too. Yeah, yeah. I think the deal I was following was like staggered Fermado or Fermate K additions over the course of a couple days to kind of keep fermentation going. Remember being pretty surprised, and I don't remember the numbers now at this point for the mead, but it looked like it was going to be a pretty hefty mead. I'm just hoping that this exercise in mead making has not produced jet fuel, because the couple other stabs and tries that I've done at it half-heartedly was basically just throw some components together, put some yeast on it, and let it go. So I'm hoping that that staggered addition really kind of helped make a complete and packageable and enjoyable experience. We'll see. We'll see. Guess I'll probably check on those after the stream. Now that they're kind of back in my mind. The best thing that I did was after they were done was basically forget about them, let them bulk age, you know, out a little bit. Um, so probably check on them and see where we're at, and then maybe I'll even try to bottle those next week. Go from there. Yeah, that's my understanding as well. All right, 10 more minutes. While we do that, I'm gonna go get another beer. I'll be right back, guys. All right. Looks like the ball behaved while I was gone. And just over 7 minutes left. So yeah, meat is an exercise in patience and discipline. I've heard that. I'm not a fan of wine. I don't know. Scent. Something's fermented honey. DOTB. Doing the most? No, that's not right. Who's DOTB? I feel like I should know that. DOT. Oh, Dock of the Bay. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Took me a minute. Hey, look, I caught it before you with your songs and all that, your shenanigans. Fermented honey. That's interesting. I wonder what that would do. Because like from my understanding about honey and all that, like it's extremely hard, right, to ferment because like it's antimicrobial. Basically, it doesn't allow a lot of things to get into it. So I guess they would have had to thin it out. It does sound interesting. Hell, send me those links too. I'm interested. I'm sure it's hella expensive though. I mean, honey is just expensive anyways. Freaking gnat already in my beer. Now that I got my finger and all that in that beer. Pre-prohibition lager again. Just not quite right. Wonder what you would do with fermented honey. I mean, sure, probably put it on a piece of toast, but I feel like that's wasteful, right? Do you re-ferment it? I'm gonna look into that. Maybe ferment my own honey. Speaking of which, at one point in time we were talking about putting bees here, but just didn't think that it was really possible with doing chickens and dogs and all that. When we did first move in here, there was 7 tallow trees around here, and the first the first our first weekend here, I mowed and got the weed whackers starting to go around all the trees and all that. I came up to the last tree, started weed whacking, got about halfway around it, saw 5 or 6 bees by the tree. So I was like, okay. So started going around the other way. Next thing I knew, there was about 20, 30 bees out by the tree. And then they started attacking me and they were pouring out of the tree. So I ended up running down the block that way. And it felt like forever getting stung, getting chased. Then I ran up the block the next way, um, still getting stung. And luckily, the kids and my wife wasn't home. And so I called them. I was like, whatever y'all do, don't come home yet. We got a active swarm going on here. And uh, so I ended up like crossing the street and kind of going to a convenience store outside the neighborhood. Christy picked me up and we went to go eat somewhere, let the hive settle down, all that. Had to end up calling a like bee removal service. And I told him I was like, he's like, well, I want to try to rescue them. I was like, that's fine. I was like, either rescue them or kill them, but one of those things got to happen today, between the dogs and the kids and everything. I was like, this is ridiculous. Like, pulled up my shirt, like, got stung like 30 times. So that was a hell of a time to find out that I wasn't like allergic to bee stings. But yeah, that was a fun day. I'm not giving up on my dream for bees yet. No, but we put a little like bee shed deal over there on the side. I think they call it a bee hotel. So we get a lot of bee activity through the gardens. So I think somebody either has a hive near us or there's a bunch of wild hives somewhere. I was running from bees that day. I can tell you that much. Um, I've never normally been one to be skittish. Like, we got these like red wasps and stuff that are pretty aggressive locally here in Texas, and they'll buzz you and stuff like that. But ever since then, like it doesn't matter what flies by me. Like I've had dragonflies, and I'd kind of like, freak out after that incident, just because like, oh, like crap, if I getting attacked again, kind of deal. That was quite an experience. I'm not quite as jumpy as I used to be, but now if I see like any wasp nest or anything nearby, like I go full on red button on them, like kill everything. Try to let the bees be, but we try to put some things that encourage bee activity in the garden, especially during the winter around here, just because it gets so sparse for their food. Hard to see. Sun's really going now. Alrighty. Well, Time to start chilling. Feels pretty ridiculous using this to help chill. I can't get between the cooler and the pot anymore. Maybe this will help. Yeah, that's just impossible. Use what you got, right? Yeah, that's hot, dude. Leave it alone. It's hot. Miss anything yet? Not really. Doesn't look like it. Just trying to chill it down as fast as I can. I'll be back as quick as I can over here to you guys. But I guess let me know if y'all want to know something. I'll try to check back here in just a few moments. So gotta say that it's not super fun using that paddle. Um, sorry, it's kind of hard here. Making sure I hadn't missed any comments or anything like that. Um, right about 100. This is about where 180 thereabouts. I normally start to stall out, so try to go for a little bit longer. But think about putting the top on and just hanging out for a few more minutes before I end the stream. So I guess last call, right? Um, y'all got any comments, questions, concerns, ideas, anything like that? Let me know. Be more than happy to approach that when I get back. So for those that have stuck it out this long, thank you so much. I really appreciate everything you guys do for me, helping promote the channel, coming to hang out with me, silly comments and other shenanigans that you guys get in with me. I really appreciate it all. I'll be right back. All right. Uh, I'm back finally. Let's see here. What did I miss? Yeah, saw me reject that call. Yeah, don't think it was that important. Somebody I can call back. Need to learn how to do that more often, right? So, seeing as how there isn't a whole lot of people in here, I'm just gonna assume that it's Northwest and Christy, maybe one other person. Um, like I said, man, thank you guys so much for hanging out. It's been a pleasure. Really nice to kind of get back into this a little bit. You know, took a 2 minute or 2 month kind of hiatus to get some stuff done. Life kind of got in the way, some other stuff, all that other, all the other funny things that happen, right? Um, but seeing as how there's not really a whole lot of people here and all that, I guess the closing thoughts were we had a successful brew day so far. I stalled out right about 90 degrees. I'm just gonna go ahead and let it kind of no chill to the rest. Uh, I don't want to fight this any longer as far as that goes. Temperatures just too hot in the kettle and kind of insufficient or inefficient chilling system. So, um, with all that said, man, thank you everyone for hanging out. I really appreciate it. This one obviously won't be a grain to glass video because we did everything here on stream. But I look forward to taste testing this beer. Fingers crossed that it works out the way that I hope it will, that I've planned it will. All of that. With all that, cheers. Thank you, everybody, so much. I'll catch you next time.